And so welcome to the day-long retreat, the day-long silent retreat of the MBSR class. I'm grateful that you're able to watch this recording so that you can get a sense for what it's like to be in the retreat, even though you weren't able to be there in person. So just a few reminders. This is a full recording of the 6-hour day, except we did not record the lunch break, which for the day-long retreat is 1 hour, the meal break. And it occurs about 3 hours into this recording. So the invitation for you would be at that point to pause the recording and take your meal break, taking at least 30 minutes to practice mindful eating and to take rest if necessary. So the suggestion would be 30 to 60 minutes, but if you need a little longer, that's fine too. However, keeping the silence during that period, that's not the time to be checking phones or going off and doing work or talking and interacting with other people, checking email, etc. It is part of the day, so that the recording being a little more than 4 hours plus your meal time is about the same amount of time that in the day-long retreat we are in silence. In the live classes, we have about 15 minutes at the front, like this, talking about guidelines and having questions. And then we break silence with about 30 to 40 minutes at the end. And that's why this time should be roughly 4.5 to 5 hours for you. So plan accordingly. If you need to pause the tape here and make arrangements, feel free to do that. Otherwise, there was a technical issue as well. The first 10 minutes of the class recording were corrupted, and so I will be guiding you here through the first 10 minutes of the recording and then splicing on right to the actual live recording. So you will notice the difference when that happens. My voice, my appearance, the appearance of the screen will actually look in the other direction. But it should be continued right through the practice. And then after those first 10 minutes, the rest of the recording comes from the class. And to point out that this was recorded in a live MBSR day-long retreat on April 3rd, 2021. Finally, remember to take care of yourself throughout this period. Listen to what your body may need if you're in the middle of a practice and you need to be shifting position or opening the eyes or standing up, taking a walk, getting something to drink or eat, or taking a break. Feel free to do so. And then come back to the practice when you're ready. Come back to the recording when you're ready. It's really a day to, this session is meant to be in your moment-to-moment experience with whatever arises, whether it's wanted or unwanted, pleasant or unpleasant or neutral, to just live literally moment to moment with yourself and for yourself. And then practicing self-care, really taking care of yourself, listening to your own needs. And please when the final practice is over, stay watching for the recommendations on transitioning. After being in silence for 4.5 to 5 hours, even in your own home space, in a safe space, things can be happening as your brain and your mind have been in a different manner than they're used to. So just some simple precautions I'll say at the end. And make sure you watch those last few minutes after the last practice is over. So with that all in mind, we'll begin the day with a sitting practice. So taking a moment to find yourself into a comfortable seated position. Once you've found the seat that you're going to be on for this short sitting practice, initial sitting practice, feeling into the connection with that seat, the contact, and that groundedness. If your feet are on the floor, the groundedness of the feet on the floor, the body on the chair or cushion. Feeling really grounded on that structure. Knowing that that structure is grounded into the floor of the building you're in, and the building is grounded into the earth. And so feeling that sense of being grounded all the way down into the earth, right where you are physically. And at the same time, sensing into the support that you're receiving from the seat or cushion that you're on. The support that comes with no effort on your part, so you can trust that you'll be supported, grounded and supported. And perhaps extending that sense of support to your own inner wisdom and experience that will also be here to support you through this session. Trusting your practice, your experience, your wisdom. And elongating upright, allowing the eyes to close, lowering the gaze, whichever you prefer. Taking a moment to notice the sounds that may be happening around you in your environment in this moment. Distant sounds, nearby sounds, loud sounds, soft sounds, background sounds. And then noticing the breath moving in and out of the body. Noticing the body moving with the breath as you breathe naturally. And this practice would be a focused attention practice. So finding the area of the body where the breath is most prominent for you right now. The belly, the chest, the nostrils. And then attending to the sensations of the breath in that part of the body. The rising and falling at the belly, the expanding, contracting at the chest, the tingling, tickling, or flare of the nostrils. And if the breath is not supporting you right now, it's causing some anxiety, some efforting that's uncomfortable, feel free to use another anchor, such as the hands and fingers, whatever sensations you're noticing in the hands and fingers, or the feet, or the body making contact with the seat you're on, or perhaps even sounds. Choosing one anchor, one object, and making that the object for the remainder of this practice. Of course, by now you know when the mind wanders away from the practice, away from the present moment, just acknowledging that, accepting that that has happened, and that is actually a moment of mindfulness, a moment of practice. So there's no need to judge or criticize. And remembering always to come back to the practice, back to this breath, or the anchor that you may have chosen, as if it's not the breath, again and again. Bringing the attention to the breath or an anchor somewhere else in the body.
to find ourselves really coming into this present moment. Every time the mind wanders away from the practice, and you acknowledge and accept that distraction, thought, feeling, and return the attention back to the practice, you're strengthening your mindfulness. So as many times as it may happen throughout the day, just remember to keep coming back again and again with that friendly, non-judgmental, even curious attitude. And then from the breath expanding to the body, checking in the condition of the body in this moment. How's the body feeling? Just acknowledging, allowing whatever it is that you're noticing in the body, the condition, all the different sensations that may be happening. And from the body coming to the heart space, heart center, checking in with the emotions. What emotions are here for you right now? What's the mood like? Just acknowledging and allowing whatever emotions might be happening, whatever your mood is like in this moment. And then coming to the mind. How is it in the mind right now? And acknowledging, allowing whatever's happening in the mind, coming back to the breath. Checking in with the breath as I read this poem by John O'Donohue called A Morning Offering. All that is eternal in me, welcome the wonder of this day. The field of brightness it creates, offering time for each thing to arise and illuminate. I place on the altar of dawn the quiet loyalty of breath, the tent of thought where I shelter, wave of desire I'm sure to, and all beauty drawn to the eye. May my mind come alive today to the invisible geography that invites me to new frontiers, to break the dead shells of yesterday, to risk being disturbed and changed. May I have the courage today to live the life that I would love, to postpone my dream no longer, but do at last what I came here for, and waste my heart on fear no more. And when you're ready, lifting the gaze, opening the eyes with a sense of awareness and maintaining this so-called seamless continuity of awareness throughout the transitions as well as during the practices. We will now go into a yoga sequence, starting with a sitting position. So again, with that sense of awareness, bringing yourself into your mat or wherever you're going to do your yoga. And you may have noticed that I spotlighted so that you can see and I can record better. And so finding yourselves in a upright seated position on the mat. We'll start off in this seated mountain pose. Being aware of the difference from what other seat you're on, if there is a difference. So here again, grounding the body, elongating upright. And then when you're ready, reaching up into a full body stretch. Stretching out through one hand and the other hand, and back and forth a few times. And with awareness, releasing the hands back to alongside the body, pausing for a breath. And then as you inhale, raising the arms up. As you exhale, bringing the arms down. A few cycles to the rhythm of your own breath. Two more times. And after that second time, coming back to rest and mountain pose, sitting mountain pose. And a gentle twist, taking the left hand, placing it on the right knee and twisting to the right. And releasing back to center. And then twisting to the other side. Right hand on the left knee. And back to center. And pausing here for a moment. And then placing the right hand alongside your body on the mat, raising the left hand overhead and folding to the right. Remembering to listen to your body and adjusting, modifying, or skipping any of these movements that don't feel right in the spirit of self-care. Coming back up, placing the left hand down, and that right hand up, folding to the left. And bringing that hand up, coming back. The mountain pose, and then turning long on the mat. Putting the soles of the feet together. The feet can be way out in front of you or close to your body, allowing the knees to splay out. And then holding on to the feet or the ankles or the lower legs and sitting up straight. And a final option is to fold forward as far as you care to, or staying straight up. You have some variations in some of these poses, listening to what your body is asking for. Being aware, of course, of when the mind gets into analyzing, judging, resisting, craving to want something else. And from here, just simply letting gravity do the work. No need to force yourself to get down anywhere if you are folding forward. And with awareness coming back up, straightening out just the left leg. Bringing the right foot up against the inner left thigh. Turning to face that left foot. Raising the hands up overhead, or just simply walking your hands forward. So we're doing a forward fold over that left leg. Releasing the lower back. Feeling what's happening throughout the leg, the back, the hips. And then coming back up and switching legs. Right leg goes out, left foot up against the right leg. Sitting up straight and either reaching up and folding forward or just simply walking the hands forward, folding over the right leg. And coming back up. Now both legs out in front, one more forward fold over both legs. So reaching up and folding forward or walking the hands out. Letting the hands, perhaps they reach out toward the toes or the lower legs or alongside the legs. And then coming back up, pausing in what's called stout pose, seated straight up with the legs out in front of you, hands right alongside the buttocks. And then with awareness and slowly coming down onto your backs into the reclined mountain pose. And pausing here with the legs long on the mat, the arms alongside the body. Tucking the shoulder blades under if that's available for you. Feeling this position now. Reclined mountain pose. And bringing the attention to the breath at the belly. Being aware of how the breath is, remembering the breath is a good indicator. If you need to back off or pause, take a break. If it's too shallow, too rapid, or you're holding your breath. And then bringing the attention into both arms, raising the arms up toward the ceiling, hands, fingers pointing toward the ceilings, palms facing each other, pausing here, stretching through the fingers, flattening out the shoulder blades. And then allowing the hands to fall up overhead so they come to rest alongside the body, the ears, doing a full body stretch here. Stretching through the fingers and through the heels. And then releasing the stretch, raising the hands back up toward the ceiling, pausing first, and then back to the reclined mountain pose. And then bringing the feet to standing. And when you're ready, beginning to do those pelvic tilts where we simply raise the belly and the lower back away from the mat as you inhale and flatten the lower back as you exhale, keeping the tailbone in contact with the mat. It feels like you're rolling back and forth, the tailbone and pelvis. Waking up the lower back, stretching out the belly. And when you're ready, pausing, raising the knees up toward your chest, giving yourself a hug. And if it feels right to you, bringing the head up toward the knees. And releasing the head if it's up. And releasing just the left leg long on the mat, holding on to the right knee, gently pulling it in, and then begin to circle that knee. Going around in both directions. And then when you're done, pausing, gently pulling in. And again, if you care to, bringing the head up toward the knee. So these are some options. Feel free to use your own. Listening to your own body, releasing the head if it's up, and then releasing that right knee, right leg long on the mat. Bringing up the left knee toward the chest, gently pulling in. And then begin to circle in both directions. And when you're done circling, pausing, pulling in very gently, and again, the option to raise the head toward that knee. And releasing the head if it's up, releasing the leg back onto the mat. Bringing the knees back up to standing. Walking the feet out to the edges of the mat. Allowing the knees to fall to the right, keeping the body and the head looking straight up toward the ceiling. Partial reclined twist. off to the right. And bringing the knees back up, allowing them to fall to the left. And then with awareness, windshield wiping the knees, going back and forth to the right and to the left a few times. And then back to neutral, back to the reclined mountain pose. Pausing here. And with awareness coming into the tabletop position. Taking a moment to set it up by placing the hands right underneath the shoulders and the knees, underneath the hips. And then beginning to do the cat and cow movement. Inhaling, dropping the belly, looking up. Exhaling, tucking the head under, arching toward the ceiling. So inhaling into the cow position, exhaling into the cat position. Feeling into all the different muscles it takes to do these simple movements. Noticing the mind where it is, the judgments, the impulses to want to do something else, or being right on, right here. And back to neutral, and pausing. Setting up for the balance pose, extending the right leg out behind, the left arm out in front. Remember, you have the option to keep the right hand down or keep the toe on the ground. And if you care to here, turning, twisting, bending, flexing the hand and the foot, or the hand or the foot. Pausing, coming back to tabletop. A few cat cows. And then back to neutral tabletop, extending the left leg out behind you, the right hand out in front. And again, if it feels right, bending, flexing, turning the ankle and or the wrist. And back to tabletop, widening out the knees, coming into a child's pose. Sitting back onto your heels, allowing the head to come down as far as it'll go, perhaps all the way to the mat, perhaps making a pillow with the hands. And noticing the breath. And then with awareness coming back to tabletop. Pausing here first, and then walking the hands out to the top of the mat. And when you're ready, raising the buttocks, the lower back up toward the ceiling into what's called downward facing dog. And then walking the hands back toward your feet into a forward fold. And then with great care and attention, perhaps using the hands along the legs to walk yourself up to a standing mountain pose. And pausing in this mountain pose. To adjust the camera here for a second. Noticing how it is to be in this position, standing mountain pose. And then reaching up into a full body stretch. And then reaching up with the right hand. And now the left hand. And then back and forth a few times. And then back to the mountain pose. Now to the rhythm of your own breath, inhaling up, exhaling down. Being aware of how we've done some of these poses sitting, how we're doing them standing. We've done the sitting and the lying down and the standing mountain pose. Two more times. And after that last one, keep reaching up. And here your choice, keeping the hands apart or holding on to one wrist or intertwining the fingers and then folding to the one side, your choice. So the hands could be together. You can be holding on to a wrist, they could be apart. And coming back up and going to the other side, switching hands. If you're holding to the wrist, switch the hands as well. And then coming back up, going back and forth a few times. And pausing, reaching up one more time, and then back to the mountain pose. Noticing the breath. Noticing if you're smiling or frowning or neutral face. And noticing what's happening in your shoulders. Both shoulder areas, and when you're ready, doing whatever shoulder movements feel right for you right now. And then pausing, bringing attention to the neck, pretending you have a pen on the tip of your nose and begin to draw circles with the pen, with your nose, in both directions. And back to neutral. Stretching out the back of the neck by dropping the chin toward the chest. And then looking up with great care and attention here. It may not be right for you today to look up, stretching out the throat. Again, being very careful here. No pain or discomfort should be happening. And then back to neutral. And now gently tipping the right ear toward the right shoulder. And then back up and to the other side, left ear, left shoulder. And back to neutral. And then anything else your neck might need before we move on? Any other stretches to work out any kinks or any areas that may need attention? Feel free to do that here for a moment. And releasing. And from here, raising the hands up into stopping traffic pose. And as you exhale, bringing the hands together in front of the chest. And as you inhale, push out, expanding, exhaling, coming back. Expanding on the in-breath, coming back on the out-breath. And one more time. And coming from the stopping traffic pose, bending, flexing, turning the wrist, opening, closing fingers, wiggling fingers, opening, closing the fist. And pausing and lowering the hands back down. The mountain pose. And from the mountain pose, we're going into tree pose. I think most of you should know how to do the tree pose by now, so feel free to come up on either leg, your choice. Rooting, planting into that foot, and then raising the other leg, the other foot up against the ankle, the inner calf, or the inner thigh. And expressing your tree with your hands however you like. And releasing. Shaking it off if you need to, and on your own time, whenever you're ready, coming up on the other side. Whichever foot you'd want, with the opposite leg now. And releasing. And coming to the back of your mat, do a couple new poses that should be fairly straightforward. watching me if my instructions aren't clear. And so from the back edge of the mat, stepping forward, comfortable distance, turning the back foot 45-degree angle, and then bending that front knee, facing forward, raising the arms up overhead into what's called Warrior One pose. The back leg is straight, the front leg is bent, the body's facing forward, arms are reaching up. And then lowering the arms, bringing the back foot to meet the front. Stepping back with the right foot. 45-degree angle with that right back foot. Bending the front knee, raising the arms up into Warrior One on this side. And releasing the arms, bringing the back foot to meet the front. Stepping back with the left foot again, this time a little bit further back, and facing to your left, the body. The back foot is now perpendicular to the front, bending that front knee, and then raising the arms up horizontally, looking over the front middle finger. This is called Warrior Two. So the body is facing to the left, the head's over looking to the right. The back leg is straight, the front knee is bent. And releasing. And this time just rotating the feet. So now the back foot is the right foot. We just shift over to the opposite direction, Warrior Two in this direction. So the right leg is now straight, the left leg is bent, looking over the left middle finger. And releasing the arms, walking the feet back together, coming to the back end of the mat. Mountain pose at the back end of the mat. And then with care and attention, forward fold, walking the hands down the legs if you need to. And then reaching down, planting the hands, walking them out toward the top of the mat into that downward facing dog. And then into a tabletop position. And from here, what's called wagging the tail, and it's simply rotating the hips and pelvis around in big circles or little circles in both directions. And then pausing, coming down onto the belly, releasing the arms alongside the body. And when you're ready, coming into the full back bend, raising the head, the chest, the arms, and the feet. And releasing, resting on one cheek. Noticing the breath, noticing the heartbeat. And with awareness coming back to the reclined mountain pose, flipping over onto your back. I'm pausing here in this position. And raising that right foot up toward the ceiling, holding on to the back of the thigh or calf, and bending, flexing, turning that foot. Welcome to bring that left leg into standing if that supports your, or keeping the left leg long. And then pausing, gently pulling in, and you have the option to raise the head toward that knee. Releasing the head if it's up, and then releasing that leg slowly with awareness back to the mat. Now the left foot comes up toward the ceiling, holding on, back of the thigh, back of the calf, gently pulling in, and bending, flexing, turning. Pausing first, and then again, pulling in slightly, gently, raising the head if that feels right for you, toward the knee. And releasing the head if it's up, and then the leg back onto the mat. And pausing for a breath here, reclined mountain pose. And bringing the feet to standing. Flipping the palms, the hands facing downward. When you're ready, coming into the bridge pose. Pressing into the feet and raising the pelvis, the belly up toward the ceiling. Stretching out the front side of the body. And then coming back down. And then one more time with a little more effort, a little less effort. And releasing. And from here, bringing the right ankle onto the left thigh, pressing the right knee away from the body gently, and staying right here. Opening up the right hip in this position, perfectly fine. But if you care to, the option is to raise that left knee with the foot on it up toward the chest, holding on to the left knee area, the left leg. And then the final option to raise the head up toward that knee. Releasing the head if it's up, bringing the left foot to the mat and then the right foot to the mat. Now raising that left ankle onto the right thigh, pressing the left knee away gently. And again, welcome to stay right here, opening up that left hip. Perfectly fine. Or if you care to, bringing up the right knee with the foot on it up toward the chest, holding on to that right knee or right thigh, and then raising the head up toward the knee if you care to, only if it feels right. And releasing the head, and then the right foot to the mat, left foot to the mat. Bringing the soles of the feet together. Letting go of any efforting or striving, allowing the knees to fall wherever they do. And then with awareness, bringing the knees together. Walking the feet out toward the edges of the mat. Bringing the hands out into T position. Or intertwining the fingers behind your head. Allowing the knees to fall to one side, your choice. And then turning the head to the other side when the knees arrive at whatever level they're at, then turning the head to look over the opposite shoulder to the full recline twist. Allowing the twist to unfold on its own. And straightening the head, raising the knees up. Knees fall to the other side now. And again, when they reach their level, turning the head in the opposite direction. And then straightening the head, bringing the knees up toward your chest. Final hug here. Massaging the back if you care to by rocking side to side in circles. And then when you're done, pausing and releasing the grip on the knees, straightening the feet up toward the ceiling as if you're going to walk on the ceiling, using the hands under the pelvis, under the buttocks for support, holding this position called waterfall for a breath or two. And then with care and attention and slowly, with awareness, bringing the legs back down onto the mat. Into the final relaxation pose, allowing the feet to splay out with the legs long on the mat, tucking the shoulder blades under, arms alongside the body, palms facing up if that's available. Neck is long, head's in neutral. And letting go. Allowing the body to integrate the movements and poses, receiving the benefits of this practice. Here's a brief poem by Walter Galliano. The church says the body is a sin. Medicine says the body is a machine. Advertising says the body is a business. And the body says, I am a fiesta. So we'll transition now to a body scan. So if you need to make any adjustments, placing a pillow under your head or under your knees, or getting a blanket, feel free to do so now. And then everyone coming to the breath at the belly when you're ready. Once you've set yourself up, just noticing the rising and falling of the belly as you're breathing in your natural rhythm in this moment. And bringing the attention now to the left heel. What are the sensations that are present for you in the left heel? And then from the left heel, expand to the entire left foot. The sole, the arch, the toes, and the top all together. Being aware of all the different sensations happening throughout the entirety of the left foot. And then from the left foot coming over to the right heel. What's here now for you on the right heel? And then expand to the entire right foot. The heel, the arch, the sole, the toes, and the top of the right foot all together. Just checking in where the attention is now. If you're wandering around or half asleep, just bringing it back now to both feet together. All 10 toes, the bottoms and tops of both feet, and both heels. Including both sides now, both feet. And bringing the attention to both ankles. All the way around the surface as well as the inside, the ankle bones and ankle joints. What are the sensations happening for you in the ankles? And now the lower legs, calf muscles in the back, shin bones in the front. And then from the lower legs coming to the knees, both knee areas, kneecaps, knee joints, inside, outside, backside of the knees. What are the knees feeling like for you today? In this moment. And from the knees coming to the thighs. Checking in, how are the thigh muscles? Those big thigh muscles that may be tight or loose or somewhere in between. Coming deep into the thigh bones, back of the thighs, the front of the thighs. From the thighs to the hips, where the legs join the body, the hip sockets and the hip joints. Front and back side of the hip areas. And then expand to the entirety of both legs from the hips down to the toes. Being fully present with the two legs of yours, these two legs that carry you everywhere. And from the legs coming to the buttocks. Feeling the contact, pressure, perhaps the tightness, warmth, heat, tingling. And then expanding to the entirety of the pelvic region. Pelvis and tailbone in the back, hips on the side, groin and soft belly muscles in the front, pelvic bowl. And then from the pelvis coming to the entire back body, upper and lower back. Feeling the contact with the mat you're on. Maybe fluctuating with the breath. Checking in with the lower back muscles. Feeling stiff, tight, or loose, relaxed. Sensations in the shoulder blade areas, the back of the rib cage, the kidney areas, the flanks. And then coming around to the front side of the torso, the front side of the belly and front side of the chest together. The skin, the surface, contact with clothing, expanding and contracting with the breathing, tingling, subtle vibrations. And then going into the inside of the torso, the core of the body that houses all the critical organs that keep us alive. And noticing sensations of fullness, of hunger, tightness, cramping, the heart throbbing, beating, vibrations. Checking in with that gut feeling, the inside of and then the inside of the chest. Being aware of all of the things these critical organs do to keep us alive, keep us regulated. And then from the core, bringing the attention to the shoulder regions on both sides. Shoulder muscles holding the arms onto the body and the shoulder joints and the armpits. How are the shoulders feeling right now? Heavy, light, tight, loose? The weight of the world's on your shoulders, or at ease? And from the shoulders to the upper arms, the muscles in the front and the back, and the arm and the bone down the middle. And then coming to the elbows, and feeling if the elbows are bent, slightly bent, or straight. Feeling the creases of the elbows, the elbow joints, the groove where the funny bone nerve runs. And then coming to the forearms, the entire length of both forearms. And then the wrists. Feeling into those small areas we call the wrists. What sensations are here for you now? in the wrist areas. And then the palms and the backs of both hands. And then the fingers and thumbs. All 10 fingers and thumbs, all the way out to the fingertips, including the fingernails. Even perhaps the spaces between the fingers and thumbs. What are the sensations that you're noticing in this moment? Perhaps in all the fingers and thumbs, perhaps only in some. And expanding the attention to the entirety of the arms from the fingertips up to the shoulders. Being present with these hands and arms and shoulders that do so much for you. Allow you to hold things, type, write, eat, hold hands, carry, hug, push away, pull in. And then from the arms coming up to the neck, noticing the muscles that hold the head onto the body that may be tight or loose, relaxed or stiff. And include also the throat, the esophagus, the spine. And aware of all the different sensations happening within and around the neck. And from the neck coming to the entire face, from forehead to chin, from left side to right side, facial muscles, facial bones, the sense organs, eyes, nose, mouth. And just allowing the face to be in neutral if that's available for you. No need to be expressing any feelings, sensations, thoughts, ideas. And from the face to the sides of the head to the ears, outer ears, ear canals, earlobes. And then to the scalp and hair, the top of the head, the scalp and hair, the back of the head. And then coming to the skull. And then the inside of the skull to the brain, checking in. Any sensations happening for you in the brain right now? And then from the brain, expand to the entire head, inside and out. And from the head to the entire body, from head to toe, side to side, front to back, inside and out. Allowing the attention to envelop, surround the entirety of the body, just the way it is in this moment. And perhaps recognizing all that the body has done for you. This body that knows what it needs to do to heal, repair, restore, balance. As many times as you may have tried to thin it down, make it stronger, dress it up, the body is stuck with you all your life. Perhaps with a sense of appreciation or at least recognition. Breathing with the entire body now. Remembering as long as you're breathing, there's more right with you than wrong with you, no matter what's wrong. And so abiding with that sense of wholeness and completeness, breathing with the entire body, allowing everything to be just as it is for a few breaths, awake and alive in this moment. And you're ready, bringing the attention back to the breath at the belly, checking in. How's the breath now? And beginning to move the body in very gentle, small ways, wiggling the feet, the hands, twisting, bending the knees. And again, maintaining the silence and the continuity of awareness, coming into a seated practice now. So listening to your body, being with care and attention, transitioning to a seated posture. Again, keeping that same awareness during transitions and other movements and activity you may be doing, like drinking, eating, or taking a bio break of other types. Once you found that seat you're going to be on for this practice, feeling the groundedness, the support, elongating upright, allowing the eyes to close, lowering the gaze. And then finding the breath in whatever part of the body the breath is most prominent now. There's that breath calling out for your attention. We begin with the focused attention practice. Bringing the attention to the part of the body where you're feeling the breath the most. Or if you prefer another anchor like the hands, the feet, the buttocks, feel free to use that. Coming back to the breath and back to the moment every time the mind wanders away. And that friendly, non-judgmental attitude throughout the entire day, and then perhaps a sense of curiosity throughout the day as well. And then from the breath or other anchor, expanding the attention to the whole body now. Body that's sitting grounded, upright, and breathing. Allowing the attention to surround, include all the different sensations that are happening throughout the body, moment by moment. Just being fully present with your body. In this moment, on a moment-to-moment basis. The body that is that fiesta. And I remind you of the tools, the techniques to work with the difficult arising, should it be a discomfort in the body or an unpleasant negative emotion. The invitation is to turn attention, bring in a sense of friendliness, curiosity, and just investigating what you're feeling, what the sensation or emotion is really like, and the thoughts and feelings that are associated with that sensation or emotion. And of course, if it becomes too strong, you can redirect your attention back to the breath. Or if it feels right, breathing into the part of the body where you feel it the most to soften that area, or shift or move the body with awareness. Stand up, walk, drink water, open the eyes, or break the practice, take a break. Whenever something unpleasant arises, you have these multiple options, investigating, bringing attention into the area, or distracting to the breath, or doing what feels right, breathing into the area, moving, shifting. And those are available for you throughout the whole day, in fact, throughout your entire life. So continuing with the awareness on the body as a whole, from head to toe, side to side, front to back. And all the different sensations that are coming and going throughout the body. And where is that mind right now? Where is the attention? Is it lost in thought or caught up in a story? Or is it spacing out, getting bored, falling asleep? There's so many different mind states that can pull our attention off. Again, here, just noticing that that's happened. That's a moment of mindfulness. So just no need to give yourself a hard time, even if that's happening a lot. Just remembering to come back to the practice again and again. And without giving yourself a hard time or judging or criticizing yourself. So now from the body, bringing the attention to what the ears are receiving. Reminding you to just allow the ears to receive the sounds and noises with no need to search for sounds or pull them in or resist them or get involved in figuring out what they mean, responding to, analyzing, judging. Sounds may be in the background, they may be distant, they may be close. They may be sharp, loud sounds that come and go quickly. Sounds from inside your own body. Remember also that you can choose the breath to come back to if it's challenging because it's quiet, there's no noise, there's no sound, or this very boring background hums. Makes it harder for you to, or challenging to keep your attention on the ears and what they're receiving. Feel free to come back to the breath or the anchor you chose at the beginning of the practice. Keeping in mind that this is all about the attention and the quality of the attention. The objects are secondary. And so feel free to stay with the other object as long as you need to. It's as useful, perhaps even more useful than the practice that we're doing. Bringing the attention back to the present moment again and again. Every time you notice that the mind has wandered away, just acknowledging that that has happened is a moment of practice, and yet still remembering to come back to the practice that we're on. A friendly, non-judgmental, curious attitude. Or the sounds that are happening for you, within you and around you. Since all of you are muted, I don't hear anything on your side, and this is relatively quiet over here, but your environment may be quite noisy, or it may not be. What's it like in this moment? The soundscape. And then bringing the attention back to the breath or the anchor that we chose at the beginning of the practice, refocusing on that smaller area of the body. And then lifting the gaze, opening the eyes. And again, we're in silence. Bringing that same awareness to the transition now to standing with care, attention, being aware that we've been down, body scan and sitting for a while. And we'll be going into now a walking meditation practice. And we'll start the practice with a few rounds of going back and forth the length of the mat or so, as we did in class. And so I'll give the instructions very briefly. I'll wait a moment for people to get into a mountain pose, either at the back end of the mat or where you have some space to go back and forth for a few moments first. And then from the mountain pose, remembering the two options that we recommend, but it's basically about keeping the attention down for this walking meditation, down at the lower legs, the soles of the feet making contact. So there is that keeping the soles of the feet completely in contact before lifting the back foot, the back heel, having both feet flat before lifting the back heel. Or repeating silently to yourself the shift to one leg, the lift the other foot, and then placing that foot, that shift, lift, place, shift, lift, and place. So going back and forth for a few rounds here first, the length of the mat. And then pausing right where you are in a mountain pose. And when you're ready, feel free to go and walk wherever is supportive of your walking meditation. Remember, it's a meditation practice. You can continue to go back and forth right where you are, or feel free to walk even outside if that's available for you. I will ring the bells and also call you back in about 10 minutes. So give you a little bit of a heads up. So if you don't go too far, but remembering it's a walking meditation, keeping the attention on the legs, the feet, the soles, or even the breath. So making your way back. Next practice, which will be another sitting meditation. So again, as always, starting by establishing that comfortable, grounded, upright, dignified posture. The eyes can be open or closed, as you know. Whenever you're ready, once you've established this position that you're starting off on, beginning with that focused attention practice, finding the breath wherever in the body it's most alive now, or calling out for your attention in this moment. Or if you would prefer another anchor, feel free to use another anchor of choice. Noticing what's here now. I'll read a poem called Unconditional by Jennifer Wellwood. As we begin this this sitting practice, focused attention. This is called Unconditional. Willing to experience aloneness, I discover connection everywhere. Turning to face my fear, I meet the warrior who lives within. Opening to my loss, I gain the embrace of the universe. Surrendering into emptiness, I find fullness without end. Each condition I flee from pursues me. Each condition I welcome transforms me. and becomes itself transformed into its radiant jewel-like essence. I bow to the one who has made it so, who has crafted this master game. To play it is purest delight. To honor its form, true devotion. Tending to the sensations of the breath, wherever you're feeling the breath the most in the body right now. And then when you notice, when you wake up to the moment the mind has wandered away, remembering to come back again and again with a friendly, non-judgmental, curious attitude. And then opening the attention to the whole body from head to toe, side to side, front to back. Tending to all the sensations happening throughout the body, moment to moment. Your body, just the way it is, grounded upright, breathing. Just being fully present with the entirety of the body and all the different sensations on the skin, on the surface, inside the abdomen, chest, throat, mouth. Pleasant sensations, unpleasant sensations, neutral sensations. Awareness of the entire universe of sensations, entire body, as they come and go moment by moment. And I'm bringing the attention to the overall feeling tone of the body. Feeling tone simply being pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. And so what's the feeling tone of the overall feeling tone of the body in this moment? Pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral? And focusing on that sense of pleasantness, unpleasantness, or neutrality. And then from the feeling tone, coming to the sounds and noises the ears are receiving in this moment. What is the soundscape like in this moment? Just simply receiving the sounds and noises at the ears without any need to elaborate and involve with reactive. And from the ears, bringing the attention to the eyes. What are the eyes receiving? What are the sights the eyes are receiving? Even with the eyes closed, there may be shades of darkness and light. Floaters that are different shapes, different colors. There may be other unformed images or even formed images with or without color. So noticing what the eyes are receiving now. And from the eyes coming to the nose for smells. Any smells, strong smells, light smells, pleasant smells, unpleasant smells. What is the nose receiving? And from the nose coming to the inside of the mouth for taste. Are there any taste in the mouth right now? And then from the mouth coming into the mind itself, checking in now with the thinking, the thoughts, mental images, and emotions. Just watching, observing, noticing thoughts and emotions arise and pass moment by moment without getting caught up in responding to, identifying with, whatever that is. Noticing impulses and urges, resistance, different attitudes, grasping, wanting more, wanting less, wanting to do something else. Agitated mind, sleepy mind, bored mind. Pleasant, unpleasant, neutral emotions, feelings. Just allowing them all to rise and pass all on their own. every time you notice the mind wander away and you return to the practice, you're learning to step back from the distractions and the thoughts and the feelings into that clear, open space of awareness. That awareness that is open, receptive, unmoved, non-reactive to whatever is arising within it. The thoughts and emotions, feelings and sensations, sights, smells, sounds, tastes, all arising and passing, all on their own. And so no need to hold on to them or push them away. Abiding in that sense of awareness now, that is open, spotless, vast, and free. Holds everything, holding on to nothing. Being with every moment just the way it is in that moment. Unmoved, non-reactive to it all. And fully aware of what's rising and passing in this moment for you. That sense of equanimity in a balanced state of mind without reacting one way or another to whatever it is, whether it's pleasant and wanted, unpleasant, not wanted, neutral, ignoring. Just sitting with it all. And then gathering the attention, bringing it back to the breath or the anchor you chose at the beginning of the practice to refocus. I'll read this brief poem by Helen Luke called Important. We hurry through the so-called boring things in order to attend to that which we deem more important, more interesting. Perhaps the final freedom will be a recognition that everything in every moment is essential and that nothing at all is important. And so lifting the gaze, opening the eyes if they've been closed, and again, maintaining the silence. And that awareness with the transition will go for our second walking practice. And this time the invitation is to bring your attention to whatever it is that's happening within your body, your breath, your movements, the soles of the feet, or your surroundings, the sounds. But remembering that it is a meditation practice. It's not going for a walk or exercise or sightseeing. Just being in the present moment. So on your own, coming to standing, listening to your body's needs if there's anything it needs, and then the walking meditation. And I'll call you back with the bells. making your way back for the final meditation practice before the meal break. Keeping that same awareness, keeping the silence. And this final practice is a little different. It's called the lake meditation. It's more of a guided reflection practice. And it lends itself to lying down. But you're certainly welcome to do it in any position that serves you. And again, it's up to you. But it lends itself to a lying down position. As you're establishing the position for this practice, you're using some of these more reflection guided reflection type practices. They're still a mindfulness practice. They're still here to point at what it is we're here to do with that paying attention, being aware, and keeping that attitude of equanimity and non-reactivity, non-judgmental, friendly. And there's mountain and lake that we use mostly. I choose the lake one here to lay down if you care to before lunch. No particular reason. Sometimes we don't get to the mountain. I picked the lake because where I live, there are no mountains actually, lots of water. And the idea behind water and the lake and mountain and rock are to remember the properties of these elements. They're fundamental elements of our universe: rock, matter, and water. And they're both strong, the mountain, rock being very strong. But water is even stronger to the extent that water can wear down rock, and mountains, creating those big canyons that the Grand Canyons were all are known to us. And water also has the enchanting property of receptivity. That you throw something into water, and water will part its ways, form around it, allow it in, and then resumes itself. So these are some of the key virtues of water, the power of water. And once you've established the position you're going to be in, lying or sitting, picture in your mind's eye a lake, a body of water held by a receptive basin by Mother Earth herself. A body of water held in a receptive basin of Mother Earth by Mother Earth herself. And note in your mind's eye and in your own heart how water likes to pool in low places, seeks its own levels, and asks to be contained. The lake you invoke may be deep or shallow, blue or green, muddy or clear. With no wind, the surface of the lake is flat, mirror-like. It reflects trees, rocks, skies, and clouds, holds everything in itself momentarily. And then wind comes along, stirs up waves on the lakes to ripples, from ripples to a chop. and the clear reflections disappear. Yet sunlight may still sparkle in the ripples and dance on the waves in a play of shimmering diamonds. When night comes, it's the moon's turn to dance on the lake, or if the surface is still, to be reflected in it along with the outlines of trees and shadows. And in winter, the lake may freeze over, yet teem with movement and life below. And so when you establish a picture of the lake in your mind's eye, allow yourself to become one with the lake as you lie down on your back or sit in meditation, so that your energies are held by your awareness and by your openness and compassion for yourself, in the same way as the lake's waters are held by the receptive and accepting basins of Mother Earth herself. Allow yourself to become one with the lake, so that your energies are held by your awareness and by your openness and compassion for yourself. Just like the lake's waters are held by the receptive and accepting basin of Mother Earth. Breathing with the lake image moment by moment, feeling its body as your body, allow your mind and your heart to be open and receptive to reflect whatever comes near. Experiencing the moments of complete stillness when both reflection and water are completely clear, and other moments when the surface is disturbed, choppy, stirred up, and the reflections and depth are lost for a time. Those moments of complete stillness when both reflection and water are completely clear, and other moments when the surface is disturbed, choppy, stirred up, and reflections are lost for a time. And through it all, as you dwell in meditation, simply noting the plays of the various energies of your own heart and mind, the fleeting thoughts and feelings, impulses and reactions, which come and go as ripples and waves, noting their effects, just as the various changing energies at play on the lake, the wind, the waves, the lights and shadows, the reflections and colors. Simply noting the play of the various energies of your own mind and heart, the fleeting thoughts and feelings, impulses and reactions, which come and go as ripples and waves. Noting their effects, just as you observe the various changing energies that play on the lake, the wind and the waves, the lights and the shadows, the reflections and the colors. Do your thoughts and feelings disturb the surface? And is that okay with you? Can you see a rippled or wavy surface as an intimate, essential aspect of being a lake, of having a surface? Can you identify not only with the surface, but with the entire body of water, which at most experiences only gentle undulations, even when the surface is whipped up to frothing? Can you identify not only with the surface, but with the entire body of water, so that you become the stillness below the surface as well, which at most is experiencing only gentle undulations, even when the surface is whipped up, choppy, and frothing. In the same way, in your meditation practice and in your daily life, can you identify not only with the content of your thoughts and feelings, but also with the vast, unwavering reservoir of awareness itself, residing below the surface of the mind? In your meditation practice and in your daily life, can you identify not only with the content of your thoughts and feelings, but also with the vast, unwavering reservoir of awareness itself, residing below the surface of the mind? In the lake meditation, we sit with the intention to hold in awareness and acceptance all the qualities of mind and body, just as the lake sits held, cradled, contained by the earth, reflecting sun, moons, stars, trees, rocks, clouds, skies, birds, caressed by the air and wind, which bring out and highlight its sparkle, its vitality, and its essence. So bringing the attention back to your breathing, the ever present, always available breath. Noticing your breathing here as we get ready for the lunch, the meal break. And I'll read this poem by Nancy Wood called Connections. Every time we take a breath, we become the universe. The very moment of creation is contained in us and passes on through the rocks and trees, animals and fish. The old ones say the essence of life is in water and wind, earth and breath, fire and bone, but most of all in breath, our first connection to the elk, the hawk, the bear, and the buffalo. Without breath, no connection. Without connection, no creation. Without creation, no breath. This is the sacred circle of life unbroken. And so bringing the attention to the body and beginning to move the body in whatever gentle ways that are necessary as you come back to seated. And if you could, coming to the Zoom screen for a moment, for a few words before the meal break. And so beginning by just taking a moment to really honor and congratulate yourself for what we've done so far. It may not seem like a whole lot, and you may have done this many times, but today was a different day, a different experience, whatever that's like. And particularly if you haven't done this before, knowing that this is something that not many people do. Not many people have the opportunity, and even those that do haven't gone through sitting for 3 hours of silence and practicing present time awareness. So just really honoring that, knowing that. But then also remembering that we still have another 3 hours here. This includes the lunch break, of course. But the meal break is meant to be a continued practice. So it's an opportunity to practice the mindful eating. Recall how we did that at the beginning of class 1 with the raisin exercise. Bringing all your senses into what you're eating throughout this period. However you want to do that practice. You can use your sight, your sound, your smell, your taste, of course, your sense of touch. And then also the break is not meant for an opportunity to go reach for the digital devices and the distractions. Unless, of course, there's something that you need to do. If there's something that you have to talk or go over or check in with your family, your kids, by all means do so. Just do so with awareness, being fully present for what you're doing. Just keep that seamless continuity of moment-to-moment awareness, non-judgmental awareness through it all. It's as much a practice as anything else we're doing. Just remember that there's nobody watching you what you're doing there, so you really are on your own. It's your own honesty how you do this. There's no mindfulness police out there checking in. I don't have cameras turned on to your places of where you're practicing there. As I like to say, there's no mindfulness police that is doing every breath you take, every move you make, every silence you break. I'll be watching you. So please have that sense of honesty and integrity to do what's right here. And just remember, allowing whatever's arising to come and go, and be using that as like with the lake meditation, abiding in that sense of awareness deep inside, below the surface of all the activity that may be pulling you in one direction or another, including wanting to sleep. But by all means, feel free to take a break here after the if you're going to eat, after you eat, to rest, to take some rest, resting with awareness. And then finally, just taking a moment as we get ready to go for the break, to have a sense of recognition and appreciation, even gratitude for all the people that have made it possible for you to be here today. Some of you may have actual family members taking care of your kids or other responsibilities, or coworkers, colleagues, friends, neighbors that are doing things for you, keeping things quiet, keeping the place that you're in conducive for this kind of work. So there's many people that are directly helping you and many people that are indirectly helping us. All the people that made this gathering possible through mindful leaders, and of course all the people, the whole Zoom technology world, the digital world that's made it possible. So keeping in mind all of the different people, known and unknown, far and near, that have made it possible. Perhaps when you're eating, having that sense of appreciation and recognition, just like we did with the exercise and eating, of recognizing, remembering all the people it took to get that food that you're eating, consuming. available for you. But just a suggestion. And then finally, last word, no matter what's happened, remember we have the second half starting now. If your mind was all over the place and you feel you weren't doing it right or having trouble struggling to stay present and resisting and fussing with yourself, judging yourself, not a problem. Again, we get to recommit, and you know, you're having your own internal experience. No one really knows what it's like, particularly on the Zoom session, just like the very wonderful meditation teacher, Julia Child. Julia Child once said that if you're alone in the kitchen cooking and the lamb falls on the floor, just pick it up, wipe it off, and start over again. No one's going to know. So we can do the same thing here with our meditation practice. Just restart, begin again in this moment. So, all right, we will come back in let's say 55 minutes. Is a quarter past the hour. Here in the East Coast, that would be 1:15 wherever you are. It's 15 minutes past the next hour. And if you are keeping to that, not looking to the clock, just be within listening distance and I'll call you back, of course. And then finally, I'm going to say a few words of the people that may be watching this recording. So feel free to go ahead and go whenever you're ready. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back. And I am available if you need me. I'll have the speakers on. Just unmute or send me a chat. And if you're watching this on the recording, we're going to pause the recording. I suggest that you take anywhere between 30 to 60 minutes for the meal break, depending on what time of day you're doing this, but at least 30 minutes to have a break eating. If possible, up to 60 minutes like we're doing here in class. So thank you.
So beginning to make your way back. Meal break. Just for disclosure, I've restarted the recording. Coming back to the Zoom room, if you will, and welcoming yourselves and each other back for the remainder of the day to practice present time awareness non-judgmentally. And we'll start with a brief sitting practice. So I'm waiting for others to come back. Once you arrive, finding yourselves in a comfortable, grounded, supported sitting position. Taking a moment to feel the groundedness and the support. And elongating upright and closing the eyes or lowering the gaze, whichever you prefer. And becoming aware of the breath moving in and out of the body. Noticing the body moving with the breath as you breathe. And then we're doing here a focused attention practice. So you're using an object to bring your attention to. You're very familiar with this practice by now, so it could be the breath, wherever you feel it most in the body, or some other part of the body, or even sounds. So if we come back from the meal break, gathering our attention and focusing on the anchor of your choice, breath or otherwise. As we start the post-break practices. Bring the attention back to your object, back to your anchor. Every time you wake up to that awareness that the mind has drifted away, wherever it goes. I don't need to judge or criticize, just bringing it back again and again. Just sitting, focusing Bringing the attention back to the breath or other part of the other anchor you've chosen. And this is the poem called Enough by David White. Enough. These few words are enough. If not these words, this breath. If not this breath, this sitting here, this opening to the life we have refused again and again until now, until now. Enough. These few words are enough. If not these words, this breath. If not this breath, this sitting here. This opening to the life we have refused again and again until now, until now. So now bringing the attention to the body, checking in with the condition of the body. How's the body feeling, particularly what's going on in the abdominal area? And just being aware of how it is in the body. Acknowledging it all, letting it all be. Checking in now with the heart center, heart space, the emotions. What emotions are happening for you in this moment? What's the mood like? Whatever the emotions are like, the mood, just letting all that be, coming to the mind. How is it in the mind for you right now? And whatever that is, letting it be, coming now to the breath. Noticing your breath just as it is. And when you're ready, lifting the gaze, opening the eyes with an awareness of doing so. And again, maintaining the silence and that same seamless continuity of awareness, coming to standing for some standing movements. And so bringing that attention to your transitions. Taking a moment to establish the position. We'll be doing more active movements here. And it's what we call the Qigong movements, as some of you have known. We've done a few of these in class, but we'll just do a few of them here now. And it begins by widening the stance from the typical mountain pose to a little wider. Perhaps the feet are shoulder width apart and a slight bend in the knees. And just to point out that these are typically not part of MBSR, but on the all day, we have some freedom to bring some of these in. I do these after lunch to move the energy a little bit after eating and perhaps taking a rest. It helps to have a little bit of more activity. But again, it's still the same practice of bringing attention, awareness to the body and movement. Non-judgmental, present time awareness. So having enough room to, just in case, to have, if the arms are going to go around. And so noticing how it is to feel in this position. So a mountain pose with the legs slightly, the feet slightly wider. And when you're ready, intertwining the fingers in front of your body and opposing the thumb so that you make a little circle with the fingers and the thumbs. And then with an inhalation, raising the arms up overhead and stretching up, looking through the hole in the hands. This is called looking at the sun through the hands. And on your next exhalation, allowing the hands to come toward the forehead. And then as you inhale, raising the hands back up, reaching up, exhaling, coming down. Inhaling, reaching up towards the sun, exhaling, coming back, and remembering to listen to your body. Backing off, modifying, skipping these movements if they don't feel right to you today. Inhaling up, exhaling down 2 more times. And then after that second time, with awareness, bringing the hands back down in front and releasing. And pausing here. And then beginning to twist at the waist, allowing the arms to swing. And if it feels right for you, tapping the kidney areas with the back of the hand, the shoulder areas with the palm. And this is called knocking on the doors of life. Stimulating the liver and kidney meridians of the acupuncture system. Those organs we use for detoxification after we've eaten. Digestion and detoxification. And then allowing the momentum to bring you back to stillness. And then just checking in. Perhaps wiggling the hands, shaking, bouncing up and down. And pausing. And now paddling the boat up the river. And when you're ready, as you inhale, bringing the hands up, and as you exhale, paddling. Reaching up. As you inhale, paddling. As you exhale, paddling as forcefully or as lightly as you care to. It's your boat in your river. This may help to really push down and hard, or it may be better to just float the arms down. And 2 more times. After that second time, coming back to stillness. Checking in with the heart rate, with the breathing. Remember to back off if you feel your breathing is short, or you're holding your breath, or it's shallow. Now this one, next one is called watching the clouds go by. And so from the neutral place of stillness, facing straight ahead, turning to your right and reaching out with your left hand way out and bringing that left hand across as you twist to the other side, bringing the hand across your chest, twisting to the left, and then reaching out with the right hand and pulling the right hand across your chest as you twist back to the right. So reaching out, pulling that hand across the chest, twisting the other direction, going back and forth. And as you continue with that, if you bring the lower hand across the belly, that would be called watching the clouds go by. One hand across the chest, one hand across the belly. And you can lean into or lean away from the twist. You can get your own. Going back and forth, twisting, reaching. 2 more times to each side. And when you're done with those 2, coming back to stillness. And pausing here again for a breath. And now wiping the face off the moon, placing the hands out in front of you, and then dipping down first and circling to the right, and wiping the face off of your moon. Which may be very big, where you dip way down and way up, or maybe small. Your moon. Reversing directions. And then back to stillness. And pausing first before the next movement, which is called like a cow looking back at the moon. Cow looking back at the moon. So coming into the tree hugging position with the fingers and thumbs pointing at each other, starting to your left side, turning, twisting to the left and reaching up and back and looking at the moon between the hands. And then coming back to center and then going to the other side, twisting and looking back at the moon. And going back and forth at your own pace. Like a cow looking back at the moon. Wipe the face off of the moon now, looking back at it. Aware of all the different movements and muscles and sensations as you do this. So 2 more times on each side. And we're done with those 2, coming back to stillness. And pausing. And noticing what's happening throughout the body, and noticing, of course, the emotions, the feelings, and the thoughts, judgments, criticisms, reactions, impulses. And so now bringing the right hand on top of the chest, the left hand on top of the right. And this is called shooting the hog off the horse. So sitting down on a horse, and we'll start to the left as if you have a bow and arrow. And when you're ready, looking to the left, pulling out the left arm and then pulling back. The right hand and pulling back the bow, the right hand, stretching out the right side of the chest, and then coming back together, and then going in the other direction as you inhale. And as you exhale back to center, inhaling, pulling back the bow to the left side, exhaling back to center, inhaling, pulling back the bow to the right side, exhaling back to center. Back and forth on your own pace. You're going to hog off the horse. And 2 more times to each side. You're stretching out the chest and reaching. And back to center. Back to the main position. And the hands onto the waist and doing a few rounds of scraping the barrel on both directions. So rotating the hips and pelvis. In both directions. Done, coming back to stillness first and then to the regular mountain pose. And from here, we'll begin marching, raising the left arm up and the right knee, and then the opposite side. So we're alternating left arm, right leg, right arm, left leg together. As we march. This is called marching out of the world of suffering. Marching as determined or as loose as you'd like to march. I got it backwards now. A few more times on each side. And then back to stillness. Back to the mountain pose. And now we'll be stepping into the world of the heavenly world. A world where there is no suffering. So bringing the hands and the fingers pointing at each other, palms facing down. This is a lunging movement. So as you inhale, lunging with the left foot out as far as you want to go, expand the arms, and then as you exhale, come back. Inhale the neck, the other foot, expanding. And so inhaling, expanding the arms, lunging out, exhaling back. into heaven or nirvana. And you can lunge as far as you like or as shallow as you like. Two more times on each side. And back to stillness when you're done with those two. Pausing. Widening out the stance again, the shoulder width apart for the last sequence. They sort of go together. So again, checking in with what's happening throughout the body, the breath, the heartbeat, the thoughts, distractions. And we'll begin with what's called parting the clouds. Oh, coming down to the earth with the two hands, scooping up, and then as you come up, turn the hands back to back and part the clouds. So reaching down to the earth and coming up and pushing the clouds away. As we're pushing the clouds away to see all that heavenly healing energy that's up there. Powerful healing energy up in the sky. We need to push the clouds away. And reaching down as far as you like, reaching up as high as you like, just pushing those clouds away to expose all that healing energy. And two more times. And back to stillness. And so having parted the clouds, now we'll scoop the energy down, reaching out and scooping down the energy that you just exposed. Parted the clouds to see the healing energy. And now reaching out and up and scooping down all the energy that you can. Healing energy from the sky, from the heavens. Bring in as much as you can all the way down to earth. So two more times. Back to stillness. Having parted the clouds and brought the energy down, now we need to activate it, stimulate it. So placing the hands parallel to the ground and begin to wiggle the fingers, reach out and up to the front and then around as you stimulate that energy, activating it. Heavenly energy brought down to earth, now being activated. And after you've really got it activated, stimulated, then scooping it in toward your body. So reaching out and pulling it in. Perhaps feeling the energy between your hands and your body as you pull in. That energy that you brought down from the sky. Powerful healing energy. And then once you've done this enough, make a ball with the energy. So really feeling that energy between the hands, healing energies that comes from the heavens. And when you're done, when you have that good sized ball, placing it anywhere in your body that needs healing. And if nothing needs healing, placing it on your heart. Maybe different parts of the body that need that energy. So feel free to put it throughout your body. And whenever you're done, then whatever's left over, offer it back to those of us here today, gathered together, and then out to the rest of the world. And when you're finished with that, bringing the feet and the legs together, arms alongside the body, to the final pose called Bamboo in the Wind. Eyes open or eyes closed here. And if the eyes are closed, opening the eyes now and coming to our next practice, which is what's called a loving kindness practice. And when I suggest you can do this in any position that serves you as a position of self-care and self-nurturing. So most people I know do it lying down, but you can do this sitting, standing, reclining. Just saying it's an act of self-nurturing, of self-care, of self-compassion, whatever position you choose. And it's a guided reflection practice. It's an ancient practice that has been it's known to be an antidote to ill will, resentment, anger, fear, to relieve ourselves of those negative energies and emotions. And the way this will work after I set it up for a moment, I will then ask you to call to mind different people and offering them phrases of well wishes. And I use traditional phrases. It's the phrases I'm using don't resonate much, and you'd like to use your own words, feel free. It's not the words or phrases, it's the intention. Intention to offer ourselves and then an ever-widening circle of people. Well wishes, wishes of love, kindness, and compassion. So as you set up your position, acknowledging what is happening throughout your body, mind, and heart right now. Perhaps taking a moment to congratulate yourself for dedicating some time for this practice. You know that it's an act of love. And then gradually shifting the focus to the breath. Just noticing the breath without evaluation or judgment, just the way it is right now. And reflecting on the fact that the breath, the fact that you're breathing, as you know from our class, means that there's more right with you than wrong with you, no matter what's wrong. And so during this practice, many things can happen or nothing can happen. It's not like anything is supposed to happen, it's just another practice. And there may be some powerful experiences, so always remember to take care of yourself. Breathing normally and naturally. Living life one inhalation and one exhalation at a time. Watching each in-breath coming in, watching each out-breath disappear, breath by breath. Now bringing the attention to the chest and into the heart, but this time the physical heart. Feeling whatever sensations you might feel inside your chest, perhaps the heart throbbing, the heart beating. And if you don't feel the heart throbbing or beating, you can trust that it's in there beating, pumping blood, circulating the blood throughout our bodies. And gently reflecting on how precious life is, and that we're literally one heartbeat away from dying. This is not to sound depressing, morbid, or causing a sense of negative feelings. It's really to appreciate the fact that here we are. For whatever reason, we're not one of those people dying right now. We're alive. And having a sense of gratitude, not only for that, but to perhaps keep that in mind to make the most of our every moment. People on the planet are passing away, especially during the pandemic, more than usual. Here we are alive doing this day of practice. It's more reflecting on that sense of gratitude and appreciation for what we have here. Also knowing that our time will come. Whenever that is, it's not known, but we can make the most of the time we have. Feeling into your own life with compassion, mercy, and love. You might find it challenging to do that to yourself, as a lot of us do. But remember, you deserve the compassion, mercy, and love as much as anybody else. Recognizing and accepting the perfectly imperfect being that you are. Is deserving of compassion, mercy, and love. And then feeling into the powerful qualities of loving kindness itself. A love that is full of mercy, compassion, kindness, forgiveness, generosity. That kind of love that can be compared to the sun that shines on all beings without separation, bias, or prejudice. So the altruistic, unconditional love. Feeling into those energies and allowing that love to come into your own heart. And from your heart, allowing it to spread throughout your entire being, your whole body, mind, and heart, from skin down to bone marrow. You're open to deep kindness and compassion for yourself. And when we're ready, I'll be starting to practice now. Beginning by calling to mind someone that has been good to you, that has cared about you, cared for you, been generous toward you, accepted you just the way you are, whether you deserved it, whether you thought you deserved it or not. It's not so much a loved one, but more like a teacher, a mentor, a spiritual being, a benefactor, a person that just was good to you, be generous to you. But making that connection with that person, bringing that person into your awareness and offering them these phrases. May you be safe and protected from inner and outer harm. May you be happy and fulfilled with a sense of purpose. May you be healthy of body and mind. And may you live with ease. Just notice what feelings or lack of feelings are here for you now. And then see yourself next to or sitting with or standing with that person. Bring into your awareness both of you together. And offering yourself and the other person those same phrases. May we be safe and protected from inner and outer harm. May we be happy and fulfilled with a sense of purpose. May we be healthy of body and mind. May we live with ease. And letting that person fade away, keeping only yourself in mind. You as you are in this moment in your life. In your awareness, repeating the phrases, may I be safe and protected from inner and outer harm. May I be happy and fulfilled with a sense of purpose. May I be healthy of body and mind. May I live with ease. And one more time, may I be safe and protected from inner and outer harm. May I be happy and fulfilled with a sense of purpose. May I be healthy of body and mind. And may I live with ease. Noticing the feelings or lack of feelings now. And then extending this now, this love, kindness, well wishes to all of your loved ones, close friends, near and dear ones. So calling to mind one or a few that may represent them all. You don't have to worry about keeping them all in mind or worrying about the complicated relationships you may have with them. Just all those that you care for and they care for you, love each other. So with one or a few of your loved ones in mind, extending out these well wishes. May you be safe and protected from inner and outer harm. And you be happy and fulfilled with a sense of purpose. And you be healthy of body and mind. And may you live with ease. And breathing. Noticing emotions, lack of emotions, sensations, thoughts. And let that person or person fade into the background now. We'll widen this circle of compassion, love, and kindness even further now. Bring into mind those that you have no regard for one way or another. That you see frequently, if not daily, in your neighborhoods, at work, where you shop, or maybe on Zoom classrooms these days. These people that you may or may not know their names, but you just recognize their faces. You may or may not say hi to them all the time. But you have no regard for them one way or another. We call them the neutral people in our lives. Many, many neutral people in our lives. Expanding out even wider the circle of compassion, love, and kindness to the neutral ones. May all of you be safe and protected from inner and outer harm. May all of you be happy and fulfilled with a sense of purpose. May all of you be healthy of body and mind. And may all of you live with ease. Breathing. And then allowing that person to fade into the background. And now bringing into mind someone you're having a difficult time with, someone that opposes you. Being aware here that when I ask that you may have someone that has actually harmed you, and what that does to you, how it may activate you, trigger you. So please know this is not about that person. This is not about condoning their behavior, accepting what they did, allowing it to happen again, like being a doormat. It's not even about forgiving them. This is about relieving yourself of the ill will, the resentment, the negative energy that you're carrying that is really just harming you, not really changing the situation or changing the other person. It's this idea of releasing ourselves of the negative influences we have within us, whether anything happens to the other person or not. So if it's impossible for you and you can't do it, just forgive yourself for that. But if it is available to you with someone you're having a hard time with, a difficult person in mind, offering them the phrases, may you too be safe and protected from inner and outer harm. May you too be happy and fulfilled with a sense of purpose. May you too be healthy of body and mind. And may you too live with ease. Whatever happened there or didn't happen there, just let all that fade into the background. And then bring to mind anyone that you know that is personally suffering from a physical disease, perhaps COVID-related disease, or mental illness, someone that may be grieving, is sad, depressed, experiencing loss, trauma, victims of abuse, people who are addicted, hopeless, helpless, suicidal, lost. All of those now extending out this circle of well wishes, love, compassion to those that you know personally that are suffering, including them into this ever widening circle. And then And bringing to mind all the people in your own communities, in your own countries, and into the whole planet, expanding out this circle of well wishes, compassion, love, and kindness to the whole planet, to all the beings on the planet right now, whether they're far or near, known or unknown, large or small. Sending this loving kindness to all living beings, omitting none. And so repeating the phrases one more time, may all beings be safe and protected from inner and outer harm. May all beings be happy and fulfilled with a sense of purpose. May all beings be healthy of body and mind. May all beings live with ease. And allowing this love and kindness, compassion, well wishes to extend from the planet to our solar system, to our galaxy, to the entire universe, so that we fill the whole universe with our love, kindness, compassion, mercy, forgiveness, generosity, knowing that it is coming from you, it's emanating, originating within you and being extended out to the entire universe. And gathering the attention, bringing it back into your own heart, taking a moment to notice what emotions are here now for you. Just noticing, not that anything was supposed to happen or be here now. And also the condition of the heart, if you care to. How is the heart feeling? Lighthearted, open-hearted, or broken-hearted, heavy-hearted? Just being aware of the condition of the heart and the emotions that are here now. And whatever that is, just saying the phrases very briefly. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. And bringing the attention to the breath. Noticing how the breath is now. And then bringing the attention to the body, checking in with how's the body as we transition now to the final walking. Should be a little shorter than the previous one. A walking practice. You're free to bring your attention to whatever feels most appropriate to you. Attending to all the senses, not only the sensations at the legs, at the feet, and the breath, but also what you're hearing, what you're smelling, what you're seeing. For a few minutes. And there's an invitation sometimes we suggest, if you care to, bringing your attention to one object that attracts your eye, pulls your eye towards it, and just looking at that for a few minutes, that object, without elaboration, without the story, the memories, the judgments, just seeing purely. And so for about 10 minutes, doing this final walking meditation practice. Coming back for our last practice of the day. So making your way back for the final practice before we break silence. And there'll be a brief, short sitting practice. So whatever position you'd like to finish up in, but this is a short sitting practice. Taking a moment to establish the position. Grounding the body, feeling supported, elongating upright, allowing the eyes to close, lowering the gaze. And then for the next few minutes, it's your practice. Tending to whatever you like, tending to it all, moment by moment, whatever's arising, a particular object, perhaps the reflections on the day. And bringing the attention back to your breathing. Coming back to the ever-present, always available breath. Noticing the breath moving in and out of the body. Noticing the body moving with the breath as you breathe. And we come to the end of our practicing for the day. Taking a moment to really appreciating yourself for what happened here for you, what you did, for just showing up and being as fully present as you did, as you were. Whatever it was that happened, being good with that throughout the day. For taking this moment to honor yourself and honor each other for coming together here. Spending this time. Many other things we could have been doing, especially on this weekend, but here we are. And then with an awareness of doing so, lifting the gaze, opening the eyes if they've been closed, checking in with the body, anything the body may need, feel free to do so. And again, thank you, and I will pause the recording now.